dialogue to share the report with the plenary on the results of the discussions of the roundtable. For roundtable 1, I give the floor to Dr. Eptkar, Vice President and Head of the Environment Department of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Minister Daniel Ortega Pacheco, Minister of Environment of Ecuador. I think Mr. Ortega left already.
Yes, Dr. Rebecca is going to report.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Eptkar.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to present a brief summary which has been prepared by the Secretariat on the points brought up in the committee, the first committee number 1. The session was opened with introductory remarks by the 2 co-chairs and organized as a sequence of interventions from ministers and remarks from keynote discussants. We had a quite lively discussion. The co-chairs' remarks reflected on the nexus between health and the immune system and underlined the need for a transformative institution that addresses both environment and health issues, including a possible universal declaration of the rights of nature and International Court of Environmental Justice. The key discussants provided insight and evidence on the high impact of environmental factors on the health of the most marginalized of our society, the children, analyzed the connection between ecosystems health and human health and benefits from building their resilience, focusing on biodiversity, and presented the contribution to health and development by increasing sustainability in production and consumption. The major points of discussion, the session reflected on policies needed at the national and local levels to ensure the adoption of integrated responses to address environment and health. It also focused on the role of interlinkages between environment and health, particularly in the delivery of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Interventions highlighted the establishment of national environmental authorities, as well as of the approval of several environmental regulations and legal provisions, which is closely associated with the growing awareness of and pressure from citizens on health impacts from environmental factors. Numerous evidences of the connection between health and environment were highlighted during the interventions, with specific examples addressing air pollution, climate change, and climate-related disasters, urban planning, including transport, housing, and heating solutions, chemicals contamination and other forms of environmental contamination, water management, marine litter, micropollutants in rivers, degradation of ecosystems and biodiversity, with subsequent effects on food security and waste management. Also, the importance of the interconnection between health and environment in the discussion of the urban agenda, and more specifically the upcoming Habitat 3 conference in Quito, Ecuador. The need of including health and environment considerations in a systematic and integrated way in national development plans, as well as to consider the development of interinstitutional, multi-stakeholder, and multi-sectoral approaches to address the complexity of the interdependence of health and environment. The need for preventive actions to promote a low-carbon economy and to keep ecosystems resilient and healthy, thereby reducing vulnerabilities to disasters as reflected in the Sendai framework, as well as the importance of detoxifying both societies and economies. The intervention stressed the high vulnerability and high impacts on children, and we had that very interesting intervention from UNICEF. Women and the poorest communities, interventions reflected on the dependence of poor people on natural ecosystems for access to food, as well as on their settlements frequently being closer to the more contaminated and fragile sites. There was also reference to the use of biodiversity as therapeutic measures. The importance of the integrated and universality nature of the SDGs as inseparable and interdependent goals applicable to all countries was highlighted, as well as the synergies required to deliver on environment and health aspects, essential for efficiency to convey convincing messages and delivering sound policies. The third title, the high-level messages from the discussion, policy-oriented key messages for the UNEP 2 outcome document. A number of interventions mentioned the need to integrate policies. One country called for a systemic integration, adapting the system to the agenda rather than the agenda to the system. Most mentioned also the need for synergies and complementarities. Delegates called for action at the national, international, and regional levels to link environment and health, including suggesting the presence of all ministers of health and agencies working on health to be part of the dialogue. Discussants and delegates both mentioned the need to put more emphasis on prevention and focus on efforts to keep people healthy. The interlinkages of health and environment are instrumental for the systemic integration envisaged in the SDGs. One participant commented that we do not have to adapt the 2030 agenda to the current system, but rather change the system to follow the 2030 agenda. The universal nature of UNEP should not be seen as a mere increase of number of participating countries, but also as an opportunity to enrich exchanges of ideas and approaches. Member states want to explore development alternatives in line with different cultures and in relation to the 2030 agenda. This may include consideration of new institutions that could drive transformational pathways in society and production and consumption patterns. And also the need for the recommendations of the UNEP 2 to be kept in mind for the HLPF was also brought up. Fourth item are the areas for UNEP follow-up. Numerous UNEP initiatives were commended and their contribution to the delivery on health and environment was welcomed. This work includes new institutional arrangements for environmental governance, CCAC, voluntary initiatives to promote cleaner fuels and sound management of chemicals. The support to SICAM and the Minamata Convention was also brought up. UNEP's contribution to the implementation of the Paris Agreement was considered fundamental. A call to closer coordination between UNEP, MEAs, WHO, and other UN agencies was also expressed by all the participants. It was also noted that the government of France is hosting the Health and Climate Change Conference from 7th to 8th of July 2016. More specifically, UNEP was requested to provide scientific information to understand the global environmental challenges and their impacts on health. And it was stressed that this scientific information is quite instrumental in order for both the policymakers and those involved in both sectors, the environment and the health sector, to be able to provide correct policy based on sound scientific knowledge. Develop overarching policy guidance and assessment of alternative institutional arrangements to address these challenges, and UNEP should promote their implementation on the ground, including capacity building. So that was a summary of the issues brought up in Roundtable 1 on agenda item, healthy environment, healthy people. Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Eptekar. Indeed, you have very good recommendations there, and I think that those recommendations are going to help us to set up the way to UNEA 3. I think they are very useful, and I share them. And also thank all the ministers, of course, and heads of delegations for their contributions in such enrichment dialogue. Is there any delegation wishes to take the floor on the review session of the dialogue? Nope. All right, we proceed. With regards to the summary of the multi-stakeholder dialogue, I have the pleasure of informing you that the summary will be submitted in writing. Now I invite the chair of the Committee of the Whole, Germany.
Mr. President, I would like to make the summary for Roundtable 2. No?
Yes, I'm sorry. We thought that we didn't have people in the room to make the report. I'm sorry. I apologize, but thank you very much. Please go ahead. So I don't have the pleasure to give it in writing to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I deliver this summary on behalf of State Secretary Jochen Flassbart. Unfortunately, the State Secretary is not able to attend because he is engaged in the ongoing consultations on the outcome document. In their interventions, keynote discussants highlighted the importance of UNEP's report on healthy environment, healthy people in providing key data, and the urgency to address environmental causes of ill health. They underlined the challenges and priority areas to address the health-environment nexus, highlighting the vulnerabilities. They also highlighted needs, solutions, and pathways to address the nexus, as well as the role of UNEP and UNEA. Among major points of discussion were major risk factors, challenges, vulnerabilities, as well as approaches to achieve healthy environment for healthy people. In the interest of time, I will concentrate on high-level messages from the discussion. Here, the interventions highlighted the central role of UNEA in calling for action and promoting behavioral change, supporting the establishment of key development frameworks to mainstream environment into all economic sectors, and their implementation. The role of UNEP in engaging all stakeholders, promoting networks, deploying guidelines and tools, and building multi-stakeholder partnerships at the global and regional levels. The importance of cooperating with MEAs to promote public health and ecosystem protection, and the need for countries to sign and ratify all MEAs. Also, the need for countries to sign and ratify the Paris Agreement to make it a reality was mentioned. Also, to work in close cooperation with other international organizations, international fora such as the BRICS and G7 Ministers of Environment meetings, as well as civil society, private sector and research academia. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Germany, for the report. Any comments from the delegations? Now I invite the chair of the Committee of the Whole to present the results of his work. Idun?
Mr. President, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to provide a brief report on the work of the Committee of the Whole. The Committee of the Whole held a total of 7 meetings and concluded its business today, 17th of May 2016. It successfully discharged its work with the help of 3 drafting groups. The draft report of the work of the committee is contained in document UNEP/EA2/CW/L1 and its annex. The report has just been adopted with amendments by the committee. As you may recall, at its first meeting on 23rd of May 2016, the Assembly allocated the following items to the Committee of the Whole: international environmental policy and governance issues, and all of Agenda Item 4 sub-items. 5. Medium-term strategy, program of work and budget, and other administrative and budgetary issues, and all of Agenda 5 sub-items. Agenda Item 8, provisional agenda, date and venue of the third session of the Environment Assembly. The committee considered the above items on the basis of a report from the Executive Director. Distinguished delegates, the work allocated to the Committee of the Whole was not easy. With the limited time at its disposal, the committee had to deal with a large number of draft resolutions, some of which tackled rather difficult subjects. However, with the spirit of cooperation, commitment and understanding demonstrated by all delegations, we were able to find common ground on most items. Together, we also learned a number of lessons that will enable us to make improvements for the future UNEA sessions. The committee approved 24 draft resolutions and 1 draft decisions for consideration and subsequent adoption by the plenary. A lot has been said about the large number of draft resolutions, but I also wish to highlight their wide scope and depth. The diverse substantive issues addressed range from the implementation of important global commitments to the significant role of regional ministerial fora in enhancing coordination and galvanizing action. The resolutions cover pressing environmental problems like the illegal trade in wildlife, marine plastic debris and microplastic, land degradation and desertification, the management of chemicals and waste, biodiversity, coral reefs and oceans, among others. They also address opportunities for actions like the sustainable management of natural capital, investing in education, addressing food waste, and sustainable consumption and production. Through other resolutions, UNEA provides strategic direction by approving the medium-term strategy. It provides the means of implementation to UNEP through its resolutions on budgetary matters, Institutions matters, including the relationship between UNEP and MEAs, are also addressed. The preparation, passion and commitment to reaching consensus with which many of the draft resolutions have been negotiated speaks to the coming of age of UNEA as a universal assembly on the environment. I believe the long days and nights that many spent in conference rooms have been worthwhile. I recommend that the plenary adopt the following draft resolutions and decisions, and read the numbers. L3 Rev 1, L4 Rev 1, L5 Rev 1, L6 Rev 1, L7 Rev 1, L8 Rev 1, L9 Rev 1, L10 Rev 1, L11 Rev 1, L12 Rev 1, L13 Rev 1, L14 Rev 2, L15 Rev 1, L16 Rev 2, L18 Rev 1, L19 Rev 1, L20 Rev 1, L21 Rev 1, L22 Rev 1, L23 Rev 1, L26 revised draft, L21 Rev 1, L28 Rev 1, L29 Rev, and CRP 8 decision. CRP 6 from drafting group 3 did not brought to consensus, and I bring it to the plenary, Mr. President, for your consideration. Before I conclude, allow me to thank the Bureau of the United Nations Environment Assembly of the United Nations Environment Programme and all of you for the opportunity to serve as chair of the Committee of the Whole. It has been a great honor and a most enlightening experience for me. I thank all member states for their hard work and support. I wish to acknowledge and commend the tremendous amount of intersessional work in preparation for the UNEA undertaken by the Committee of Permanent Representatives under the chair of Her Excellency Ms. Julia Pataki, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Romania. Achieving our objectives in the committee would have been impossible without the help, commitment and skills of a number of people. Without their untiring support and invaluable advice, the Committee of the Whole would have not completed its work. I wish to thank in particular co-chairs of the working groups and other small groups that have allowed us to reach agreements on many issues and decisions, particularly Mrs. Tita Corvinio from Finland and Mr. Heseko Benitez from Mexico of Drafting Group 1, His Excellency Mr. John Moretti from Botswana and Ms. Pedro Cardoso from Brazil of Drafting Group 2, and Ms. Corina Enders, Germany, and Mr. Mohamed Hogla Hossein Kashla from Jordan of Drafting Group 3. Mr. Huslan Al-Fitian from Rapporteur of the Committee, Ibrahim Thiaw, representative of the Executive Director in the Committee of the Whole, and all UNEP staff. Your wisdom and experience have proven invaluable towards ensuring that our work be successfully concluded. The UN Secretariat staff, including the conference service and the interpreters and translators. But last not least, I wish to thank all the people who have worked behind the scenes to make our work a success. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed to Idun and all the chairs of the drafting groups for all your hard work in facilitating the discussions. Now I invite the co-chairs of the Working Party on Rules of Procedures to submit their proposal. I give the floor to Ambassador Conrad Paulsen from Chile and Mr. Jolyon Thompson from the UK. I understand Ambassador Paulson will report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to present the report as co-chair of the Working Group on Rules of Procedure. I would like to thank my fellow members of the Working Group for the collaborative and friendly spirit which enabled us to reach agreement on a draft resolution quickly and efficiently. The draft resolution is a technical document which does two things. First, it amends Rule 18.1 of the UNEA Rules of Procedure so that the election of the Bureau will take place during the final meeting of the regular session of UNEA. Second, it amends Rule 20 of the rules to change the term of office of the Bureau so that its members will in future hold office from the closure of the session in which has been elected until the closure of the subsequent session. These changes will take effect from the beginning of UNEA 3, and for the avoidance of doubt, we have made it clear in the draft resolution that the current Bureau will continue to hold office for the duration of UNEA 3. With this resolution, I trust that the group has met the terms of its mandate and that this can be considered for adoption by the Assembly. And before concluding, as you stated, Mr. President, I would personally like to thank Mr. Jolyon Thompson from the UK, which has had to depart on his return voyage, for his valuable support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ambassador Paulson. Now I would like to invite the plenary to consider and adopt the draft decisions and resolutions as submitted by the chair of the Committee of the Whole and the co-chairs of the Working Party on Rules of Procedures. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt resolution role and functions of the regional for a ministers of environment and environmental authorities? I see no objections, so it's adopted. Will the Assembly wishes to adopt resolution investing on human capacity for sustainable development through environmental education and training? See no objections, it's adopted. Venezuela, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. No sé si por cuestiones procedimentales se nos haya podido pasar el turno apropiado para nuestra intervención, pero en todo caso es necesario hacerlo en este instante. Señor presidente, la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, al igual que en su oportunidad lo hizo Bolivia, deseamos dejar constancia y registro ante esta Asamblea nuestra posición de reserva en torno a la resolución L14 Revisión 2, que ha sido sometida a consideración y aprobación de esta plenaria, la cual pretende incorporar la acepción denominada capital natural dentro de la misma, y la cual nuestro país considera que se plantea carente de una definición clara y sin la debida base técnica. Asimismo, nuestro país observa que esta resolución se inscribe en un enfoque de mercantilización de la naturaleza que desconoce y subordina tanto los valores intrínsecos como las funciones ecológicas de los ecosistemas y la propia diversidad biológica. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias, Venezuela. Hemos tomado nota de su intervención y se ha incorporado al registro. Muchas gracias. Syrian Arab Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very simply, I would kindly ask you to quote the reference of the resolution so that we can trace it easily with the substance or the title of it. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you. Gracias. Bolivia. Bolivia, su intervención es en relación con L4, la resolución L4.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. La L14 y 18.
Le agradecería si interviene cuando lleguemos a la L14.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Muy amable. Gracias. So we continue. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt resolution L5, role, functions, and modalities for UNEP's implementation of the Samoa Pathway as a means to facilitate achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt resolution roles of UNEP and UNEA in delivering on the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, L6? I see no objections. Adopted. Oh, I'm sorry. Egypt.
Of course.
Hay que estar viendo aquí.
Mr. Chair, we're sorry for taking the floor at this point in time, but I think there is a mistake with the title of the resolution. The title we agreed in the drafting room is Delivering on the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, and not the title that have been recited right now. Thank you.
No, thank you. Observation taken. So, I repeat. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt resolution L6 Rep 1 delivering on the environmental dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development? No objections? Adopted. What's this? Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L7 Rep 1 supporting the Paris Agreement? Egypt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm afraid that we agreed on the title that Delivering on Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. This was the title agreed in the room. I'm afraid that the environmental dimension was not mentioned when we were discussing this in the negotiating drafting group. Thank you.
It is noted, and it is noted and will be corrected in the records. Thank you. Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. We have the same concern like Egypt. We are agreed on a certain title, but unfortunate for the two try to adopt this resolution. I think it is not reflecting the right title we are agree. So we are kindly to spill off that's the agreed title, and we can adapt on that agreed title. Otherwise, really we have a concern for the title. So we are kindly request you to read the exact title we are agree, and after that we can adapt that title here in the plenary. Thank you.
No, thank you, Egypt, and I apologize. An observation is taken, and the thing is that I have a paper here with a lot of crossings and things, and but we are trying to read the title as it was approved. That is Resolution L6 Rep 1, delivering on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Is that correct? Thank you. Would the Assembly wishes then to adopt it as a resolution? No objections? Adopted.
Can you pause the session for a second?
Let me see if I can get a hold of a clean list. Give me just 1 minute, please. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L7 Rep 1 supporting the Paris Agreement? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L8 Rep 1 Sound Management of Chemicals and Waste? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L9 Rep 1 Sustainable Consumption and Production? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L10 Prevention, Reduction, and Reuse of Food Waste? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L11 Rep 1 Oceans and Seas? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L12 Rep 1 Marine Plastic Debris and Microplastics? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L13 Rev 1 Sustainable Coral Reefs Management? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L14 Rev 2 Sustainable and Optimal Management of Natural Capital for Sustainable Development and Poverty Eradication? Bolivia.
Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente. El Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia expresa oficialmente a la presidencia y al secretariado de que no puede aceptar esta resolución debido a que encuentra una falta de coherencia. Hay una mercantilización de la madre tierra. Se presenta un nuevo colonialismo y exclusión de visiones de los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales. Y asimismo queremos manifestar que estamos viendo que hay una tendencia hacia un secuestro corporativo y de grupos de países desarrollados sobre el programa de las Naciones Unidas sobre Medio Ambiente, porque ha estado sistemáticamente dándose prioridad a enfoques de corto plazo, de consumo y orientados al interés privado. Asimismo, se ha visto en varias resoluciones que hay un desbalance y sesgo para promover la economía verde. Entonces, reafirmamos nuestra reserva a esta resolución en todo su documento. Gracias.
Gracias, Bolivia. Se ha tomado nota de su intervención y posición con relación a esta resolución y de su reserva, y procedo a que quede así en los récords de la Asamblea. Gracias. Alemania.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I have to come back to Resolution L12 because the title there is also not correct. We agreed on litter instead of debris. Thank you.
We're going to correct it, but it's going to appear the right way then. Yeah, and thank you very much for the observation. Venezuela, you want to take the floor again?
Gracias, señor presidente. No voy a intervenir de nuevo. Solo precisar que nuestra intervención considérese en el espacio de esta resolución, por favor.
Así se hará, así se hará. Muchas gracias. Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have noted that also on the resolution that we are addressing right now, there is a mistake in the title, and I would like to note that and trust the Secretariat to use the right title.
Thank you, Netherlands. Seems like we have a wrong paper here. So I'm going to adjourn the Assembly for just 3 minutes so that I can get a clean copy of the names of the resolutions as they were approved in the drafting groups. Thank you. I'm sorry. We're going to need 2 more minutes. Be patient. Call the Assembly to order. We're going to continue. Thanks to the Netherlands, we're going to correct the name of the Resolution L12. So, would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L12, marine plastic, litter, and microplastics? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L13, Rev 1, Sustainable Coral Reefs Management? No objections? Adopted. L14 ya lo vimos. Este ya lo vimos. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L14, Rev 2, Sustainable Management of Natural Capital for Sustainable Development and Poverty Eradication? Any objections? I see none. Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L15, Rev 1, Illegal Trade in Wildlife and Wildlife Products? I see no objections. Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L16, Rev 2, Protection of the Environment in Areas Affected by Armed Conflicts? I see no objections. Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L18, Rev 1, Mainstreaming of Biodiversity for Well-Being? México.
Gracias, señor presidente. Solo una corrección es necesaria en el título de la resolución en la versión en español. Debe decir integración en lugar de incorporación. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, México. Así se anotará y se hacen los récords adecuados. Bolivia.
Gracias, señor presidente. En referencia a esta resolución, deseamos expresar oficialmente que la Delegación Progresional del Estado de Bolivia quiere manifestar su reserva a esta resolución. Muchas gracias.
Así será registrado. Muchas gracias, Bolivia. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L13, Mainstreaming of Biodiversity for Well-Being? As amended. No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L18, Rev 1, enhancing the work of the United Nations Environment Programme in facilitating cooperation, collaboration, and synergies among biodiversity-related conventions? I see no objections. Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L20, relationship between the United Nations Environment Programme and the multilateral environmental agreements for which it provides? No, I'm sorry.
Yes, please.
Is that the name? I'm sorry, but I mean...
It is.
It is? All right. What it says here, it says, relationship between the United Nations Environment Programme and the multilateral environmental agreements for which it provides the Secretariat. L20. Any objections? No objections. Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L21, midterm review of the Program for the Development and Periodic Review of Environmental Law, Montevideo Program 4. No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L22, Midterm Strategy for 2018-2021 and Biennial Program of Work and Budget for 2018-2019? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L23, Sand and Dust Storms? I see no objections. Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L26, Review of the Cycle of the United Nations Environment Assembly of the United Nations and Environment Program? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I read it again because it's review of the cycle. Thank you, Ibrahim. Review of the cycle of the United Nations Environment Assembly of the United Nations Environment Program. No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L27, Management of Trust Funds and Earmarked Contributions? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L28, combating desertification, land degradation, and drought, and promoting sustainable pastoralism and rangelands? No objections? Adopted. Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution L29, applications of the Principle 10 of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development in the Latin American Caribbean region? No objections? Adopted. ¿Cuál es?
The Assembly.
Yeah, would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution CRP 7, amendments to the Rules of Procedure proposed by the Working Party? No objections? Adopted.
Ahora, I wish
Would the Assembly wishes to adopt Resolution
no es el 17.
Sí, es esta. Give me another minute.
Submit for consideration. This one.
I wish to submit for your consideration Resolution CRP 6, Draft Resolution on Field-Based Environment Assessment of the Gaza Strip. Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente. Voy a hacer esta intervención en nombre del grupo de los 77 más China y esta resolución, como se vio en el comité del CAO, fue también copatrocinada por Turquía. El grupo de los 77, señor presidente, intentó morigerar una resolución previa que había sobre este tema cuyo proponente luego la retiró en aras del consenso. La resolución que fue presentada por el G77 más China tuvo también una enorme colaboración de otros grupos políticos que también intentaron lograr un consenso. Esta resolución es, a nuestro criterio, una resolución de carácter técnico que está pidiendo que se evalúe el impacto en el medio ambiente que han tenido las hostilidades que se han producido en el estrecho de Gaza. Señor presidente, sería un antecedente muy negativo, lo comprendemos, que esta resolución se someta a votación. Pero realmente las partes involucradas han cedido en gran medida todo lo que han podido y ha habido una parte que se ha mostrado intransigente. Por eso, señor presidente, someto a su consideración y a su orientación la consideración de esta resolución. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Gracias, Argentina. Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to add my voice to that of my friend and distinguished delegate of Argentina. I would also like to add that Morocco, in the name of the Arab League of States, requests the Assembly to adopt Resolution CRP6 on field-based environmental assessment in Gaza Strip. We are making such a request in the spirit of preserving the consensus that prevailed in UNEA 1. In this, Mr. Chairman, we are also animated by a genuine desire to reinforce the unity of this Assembly and to express our support and appreciation of the tremendous and highly dedicated efforts of the Executive Director, Dr. Steiner, to leave behind a legacy of a UNEA that encompasses all in our collective endeavor to preserve a safe and healthy environment for our future generations. Our position that received the full support of G77 and China is in line with our desire to ensure that consensus is reached. This is evident in our decision to withdraw the initial resolution tabled by the Kingdom of Morocco in the name of the Arab League of States in favor of a less controversial text presented by the G77 and China, and by our efforts demonstrated all throughout the preparatory process, the open-ended CPR, and this ongoing assembly to bring everybody on board and agree on consensual text. I would also like to recall that this is based on previous resolutions that were adopted by UNEP. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Israel.
Israel calls for a vote in this draft resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Or Mr. President, I beg your pardon. Mr. President, I think like Argentina, we feel that it would be most negative if this resolution were submitted to a vote. We think that a great deal of work has taken place over this past week. Many parties have engaged, and I think engaged in good faith in an attempt to find a way forward here. But I think it is really not the case that there is only one party who remains intransigent. I think it's not been possible among the parties, and I won't speak for the numbers, but among the parties to find a way forward. So I think from our perspective, Chair, it would be preferable simply to withdraw this CRP and not insist on a vote at this time. And I wonder if we could make this proposal to you. Thank you.
first case, which one? The rule of procedure.
Thank you, United States. We take note of your request, but Israel called for a vote, and now we need to clarify on which proposal to vote is requested. Israel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the whole document.
My understanding, yes, please. Go ahead.
Is it my understanding that is CRP 6?
Yes.
Call for the vote. Here.
Because a member state has called for a vote, we are in a voting process, so there is no interventions.
No intervention.
President announces the request for vote by that member state, by Israel, confirms on which resolution document the vote takes place. Oh.
Procedure already. Is it about the vote?
Is it about the vote?
Procedure.
Is it a point of order on the procedure?
Of the vote.
Of the vote. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Syrian or Arab Republic?
Thank you, Mr. President. Finally, we got the mic. Just a point of order. I think all of us, you and even UNEP, even the member states, all of us, we are bound by the rules of procedure. I will put through you a question to the Secretariat. In accordance with the rules of procedure of the General Assembly and Rule 55 of the rules of procedure of UNEP, we have the right to ask for a motion of no action, namely for a vote or no vote. And my question to the Secretariat in this respect, they have to clarify to us all. If a vote or no vote will pass, will it mean that the said resolution has been adopted by consensus in accordance also with the general practice and tradition of UNEP at large, or will it be considered as to have been deferred to the next UNEP session, namely UNEP 3? Once we get the necessary clarifications on our questions, then we can proceed with the voting. I don't think that we can proceed with the voting when there is a big ambiguity about the way how to go forward. I repeat, please give us clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to the Secretariat for a clarification in this, about this point of order on the vote process.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. What is called is the procedural vote to decide whether you take a vote or not. So this is one step before taking any decision on the substance. So that is called now.
Give us a minute, Syrian. Give us a minute. Please.
Sorry.
Yes.
Mr. President, I should have explained further. Particularly for that question, after the vote for whether to vote is done, and if it's a negative vote, but that does not mean that it's just a decision taken on the substance. So it's not about like disappearing, but it's still a proposal is there. But the thing is, it's not acted upon. Only the decision is taken. What you might have taken the decision is not to take a vote on that process. Still, then it's open for any action with regard to the substance.
Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Mr. President. The clarification is quite limited, with all respect. I am asking a very straightforward question. We have one country requesting for a vote, and overwhelming majority of states wanting this resolution to be taken by consensus. I have been working in the United Nations different organizations for 17 years. I worked from New York to Geneva to different organizations. We are under the umbrella of the General Assembly, and we are under the umbrella of these rules of procedure. We have the right to ask for a motion of no action, meaning we, the member states, we can take a decision of non-vote on the request for a vote. And if this request of non-vote on the request for a vote will go through, it means the resolution will pass unanimously, with the right of the concerned state to express its reservations in accordance with the position just illustrated by the distinguished delegate of Bolivia. The distinguished delegate of Bolivia, he put his full reservation to the whole text of resolution L14 and L18. But this doesn't mean automatically to go for a voting when there is no tradition for voting within the UNEP. Thank you.
Thank you, Syrian. United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a point here addressing this point of order. Yes, it is true that I asked if it would be possible to defer this CRP6. In other words, take no action on it. Now, the point that the delegate from Syria was making is that if there is a decision to proceed to have a vote, there's a decision to proceed not to have a vote, he's suggesting that then the CRP would go forward by consensus. And that simply cannot be, because this is a procedural matter. You cannot determine the substantive outcome through a procedural vote. So, Chairman, I think this is clearly what I heard from the legal office of the UNEP Secretariat. If we need further clarification, but I think it's important to be very clear on this. It simply is not possible to resolve a substantive issue through a procedural vote. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. I'm going to stop here just for a consultant here with the Secretariat, the way to proceed. Please give us a couple of minutes.
you can. Sorry.
Okay. I give the floor to the Secretariat. Please, Masa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So, with regard to the question put forward by the representative of Syria, the consequence of having this procedure vote for no action, that if it's adopted as agreed to take no action, the consequence of that it doesn't affect the resolution itself, and if it just and the resolution stays as it was, and that does not mean that it's adopted by consensus or anything, but it's not just acted. It is not acted upon, and you're not going to act upon by the voting on that particular procedure. Then, if there's no action for vote to take a decision, the consequence might be that the decision stays as it was as a draft, and it's placed in the record of the meeting for no action taken at this session. Thank you.
Distinguished delegate from Syria, does this answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say there is an improvement of clarification, but there is no full clarification. And with all respect, to our colleague, our distinguished colleague from the United States of America, I have always held so much respect for the American diplomacy, and I learned so much from their school of diplomacy. But it is quite striking for me that it is said that we are not bound by procedures, we are bound by substance. With all respect, this is something new. This is the first time I hear it in multilateral diplomacy. But I repeat again that a no motion of action should be taken, namely the resolution will go for consensus. We will vote on no action, and if the vote will go through, then it is adopted by consensus. The concerned state has the right to express its full reservations whatsoever, like what happened with the distinguished delegate of Bolivia concerning L14 and L18. And I don't think the procedures should be neglected or sidelined. These procedures have not been developed in 1 minute or 1 hour or 1 day. They took so much time to be developed. And it is applicable in the General Assembly, in the Human Rights Council, to some extent in the Security Council, and different UN organizations. I would kindly ask you for the third time to make full clarification about this legal and procedural point, and to define for us the way forward. But I don't think that we have only one option to go for voting, procedurally. Thank you.
Syria. Distinguished delegate from Syria, do you wish to call for a procedural vote?
I repeat what I said. We ask for a motion of no action, namely a vote on no vote.
Thank you.
And in this case, I didn't get the exact answer I was looking for from the Secretariat. Does it mean the draft resolution will be adopted automatically by consensus, or will it mean that it has been deferred to UNEP 3?
Just a second. Maybe just seek a clarification, Excellency. Are you referring to Rule 55, paragraph point 2? Just to clarify on what basis the point of order is being made, so that we can make explicit reference to the paragraph that you are referring to in making the point of order. We just have to be very step by step.
Yes, it is Rule 55 of the Rules of Procedure of UNEP and the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly too.
On behalf of the Secretariat, let me point you to Rule 55, which says in its second paragraph, any motions requiring that no decision be taken on the substance of such proposals shall, however, be considered as previous questions and shall be put to the vote before them. So it is our understanding in the Secretariat with legal advice that you may, as an assembly, put forward a request for a procedural vote on whether you wish to vote on the proposal that in this case Israel has called for a vote on. And it is quite clear that should that be rejected, then a vote on the actual decision is to be taken. These are the rules of procedure of the United Nations Environment Assembly as provided to us and interpreted by our legal counsel. So just to be on the third attempt, very clear, if you look at Rule 55, you can all look it up on the UNEA app. I'll read it again. Any motions requiring that no decision be taken on the substance of such proposals shall, however, be considered as previous questions and shall be put to the vote before them. Unless there are any objections that disagree with this rule, then the President's question to Syria is, do you wish to propose to the Assembly that a procedural vote be taken on whether to vote on CRP 6? And if that vote is positive, then the Assembly proceeds to vote on CRP 6 as requested and called for by the distinguished delegate of Israel. Should the Assembly decide by majority in the way that is qualified by our rules of voting not to proceed to a vote, then the Assembly has decided not to vote on that proposal, and that will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting, and therefore no action will have been taken by this Assembly. I hope that clarifies it, and if anybody wishes to challenge this interpretation or ruling by our legal counsel, then please do advise us so. Otherwise, the next point has to be for the President to request Syria to indicate whether on its point of order it wishes to call for a procedural vote. If not, then the President has to, by rule of procedure, proceed to prepare for the vote called for by Israel. Thank you.
United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I very much appreciate the clarification from the Executive Director just now with regard to Rule 55, Paragraph 2. Just one clarification of what I had suggested, because after the proposal for a vote, I said I think it would be a mistake to have a vote in this body, and I asked if we could consider setting aside CRP 6. And so that proposal to set aside CRP 6, in other words, not to proceed with this, is a procedural motion that I believe under Rule 55, Paragraph 2, precedes the request for a vote on CRP 6 and should be considered first. Now, my proposal is different from that of the delegate of Syria. My proposal is to set it aside. His proposal is to call for whether or not to have a vote, as I understood him. But I think that my proposal preceded his proposal, and we should make that determination first. Thank you.
Syria?
With all respect, Mr. President, I don't want this concluding session to be converted into a very argumentative and wrangling session. On the contrary, the main objective of my intervention is that we should maintain the solidarity and the unified way of procedure within this august body. The interpretation just presented by the Executive Director is quite helpful in the first part of what he said. He understood me correctly on the sense that I am asking for a vote of no action. This is in this part he understood me, or you understood me all correctly. In the other part, the second segment of his interpretation, I think it is a personal over-interpretation of text or Rule 55.2, because 52 it says any motion, and at the same time motion it means action or no action. It doesn't mean to take action only, it means to take no action also. The difference, the ambiguity is what is to follow. This is which is not clear to me now, whether in the Secretariat clarification, the ED, or the illustration presented by the distinguished representative of the United States just now. If we voted on no action, what it should follow? Does it mean it has been deferred? I don't think the text here is clear on this interpretation. At least, if I will not say, the text here doesn't say that if we took an action or no action, it doesn't say that it means the draft resolution was not acted upon, and then it means it has been put on the shelf. I don't see any reference. I know English very well. I have a master in linguistics. Thank you.
Excellency, I, on behalf of the Secretariat through the President, can only point to you or point you to Rule 55, which does not use the term no action. It simply refers to any motions requiring that no decision be taken on the substance. And there is no terminology of a no action resolution, so we must follow the wording here. And this is not a matter of, I know we do not have to in any way discuss or debate or disagree over the language. It is simply the terminology is clearly prescribed. At this moment, my advice through the President to you would be that there are two options. The President can turn to the proponent of the decision of CRP6 and, reflecting the comments of the United States and of the Syrian Arab Republic, first pose the question whether the CRP6 is to be withdrawn. If that is not the case, then we are under a formal procedure to proceed to a vote, as called for by a member state in this assembly. The only other step that would precede that would be a call for a procedural vote on whether to vote on this decision. And based on Rule 55, paragraph 2, this is the basis upon which we can act, and none other, because it is not provided for in the rules of procedure. So, Mr. President, I think at this point my suggestion through you would be to ask the distinguished representative of Argentina whether, on the basis of comments received, there is a decision to withdraw CRP6 from having a vote. If not, then we must proceed according to rules of procedure.
Argentina, como representante de G77 más China, ¿estarían dispuestos a retirar la propuesta de resolución?
Gracias. señor presidente, como usted puede imaginar, esto es una opción que debe ser consultada en el G77 más China. Gracias.
If that is the case, then in order to clarify this at this stage, I'm going to suspend the assembly at this moment in time to give G77 plus China time to decide if they or not withdraw the resolution proposal. Thank you. Call to order. Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente. Respecto a su consulta y habiendo consultado, valga la redundancia, con el G77 más China, el grupo ha decidido no retirar el proyecto de resolución.
Gracias, Argentina. Okay, I'm going to ask the Secretary to explain the procedure that we are going to take from now, knowing that G77 plus China didn't want to withdraw the resolution. Please, Edith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the announcement by Argentina that CRP6 is not withdrawn, the President now has the obligation to proceed on the basis of a call for a vote issued by Israel. This will follow in line with procedures in terms of Rule 49 and others related to voting. However, the President has the option of calling for a procedural vote on whether to vote on this decision. If any party wishes to request the Assembly through the President to move to a procedural vote on whether to take a vote on the substantive CRP6, then it is their right to do so, and the President will now request any party that wishes to request to invoke a procedural vote to express itself accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Syria?
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate your patience and your understanding. I promise you this is my last intervention. But I want to put on record 2 or 3 main issues. Number one, the interpretation offered to us concerning Rule 55.2 is clearly subjective, because emotion linguistically means when you take emotion, and in UN culture at large, it means to take action and to take no action. This is number one. Number two, I haven't been personally at any moment in my professional life as a disruptive element. All we are looking for, all this delay was for the objective of attaining consensus. On the contrary, my conviction is that today there is an assassination of consensus, and the UNEP will pay negatively and dearly for this, I would say, breakdown today. My final point is that this rule of procedure of the UNEP, it offers more questions more than answers, and it really needs revisiting and reconstruction. Because if I have to pose questions, I can pose 15 questions, and I am sure there is no answers within this book for my questions. So thank you for your patience. We already exceeded or transcended midnight, and we are at your hands, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Syria. United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wish to clarify that Argentina, when she spoke on CRP 6, said, and I wrote this down, she said that it would be most negative if this resolution were submitted to a vote. I agreed with that, and I urged that we consider simply setting aside this CRP and taking no action on it. Now, my request, my proposal was in the nature of the conversation that had begun by Argentina. It was more of a political request that we not do this in the interest of this organization. We now are into this discussion of the rules, and if I have to conform my proposal with the rules of procedure, then I agree that my proposal is a motion that no decision be taken on the substance of CRP 6. It is a question that, under Rule 55.2, is a previous question, and it should be put to a vote before Israel's proposal to take a vote on the substance of CRP 6. So, in answer to the Executive Director's observation, yes, I am requesting that we take a vote first on whether to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. I give the floor to... Okay. Because it is a request for a vote on the request by the delegation of USA, it is my consideration that it will entail a double vote. First, we will proceed as per Article 55.2. The Assembly will now consider a procedural action of no decision to be taken. I propose the Assembly will proceed through a show of hands. All member states with the rights to vote as per Rule 48 have received a pink name card to allow to express their decision. I propose to the Assembly to continue the vote by show of hands. The delegations in favor of proposal contained in CRP 6 will be invited on the procedural vote, no action taken, will be invited to raise their hands as follows. I also request member states to maintain their card raised to allow the Secretariat to count the votes.
Just 1 second.
Can I give the floor? Those delegations in favor of adoption of the motion by the USA are requested to present a card, the pink card. Only point of order, Syria.
Mr. President, with all respect, I said I will not take the floor again, but it seems to me there is a very clear manipulation of procedures here. There was a delegation in this room who asked first, before all, for a vote. And then we asked for a clarification on a rule of procedure 55. And then number 3, the distinguished representative of the United States asked for withdrawal of the resolution. And number 4, now he is asking for a no action on the resolution. I would kindly ask you to explain to those in this conference room what we are going to vote on, because so many delegates came to me asking me what we are going to vote on. Because if they might vote, they might cast the wrong vote. So they should understand we are voting on freezing the resolution. This is the meaning. We are now voting, according to the United States proposal, on postponing the resolution and freezing it. And what is the next step if the vote will be down, if it will be turned down? This is for the Secretariat and the side who proposed the action. Thank you.
I'm going to give the floor to the Secretariat for a clarification to answer. Please, let's try to get this done soon because, it's taking too much time.
Please, with all due respect, it has been clarified what basis we are proceeding on. It is very clear, and I will repeat it again. This is now a procedural vote that has been explicitly requested for by the United States to vote on whether the CRP6 will go to a vote on substance. You're not deciding anything but whether to proceed to vote. Again, you are voting on whether you wish to vote on the substantive CRP6 proposal. Nothing else. And unless there is a point of order on the procedure of the voting, you have to now proceed to vote. Once this vote is taken and you have voted to proceed to vote, the President will then call for a vote on CRP6. Ladies and gentlemen, unless there is a point of order, it is now, in respect of the rules of this Assembly and to the President, the only option for raising a flag. Thank you.
Thank you. So we proceed.
Sorry, I have
Lebanon. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's just a clarification. If we look
No,
at...
no, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Mr. President.
Okay, those delegations.
There are two proposals. One presented by on the same question, according to paragraph 1 of Rule 20 of Rule 55. The first calls for a vote on the draft resolution CPR6, and the second calls for a vote to proceed for a vote. Would you please clarify this?
We are going to be taking a vote or no vote on the resolution CPR6.
So we consider
we are not
the
voting on the substance. We are not voting on the substance of the resolution. Just we want the Assembly to decide if it wants to vote or no vote the decision. That's it, period. Easy. Okay. So those delegations in favor of voting the resolution CRP6 show the pink card. Raise the pink card. And keep it up so that the tally can be done. In favor. In favor, again, all those delegations in favor that this Assembly go for a vote on CRP6 on substance. We are here now just deciding if we are going to vote or no vote that decision. We are in the process of voting. Point of order. Just point of order. I'm sorry. On the vote. Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize for interrupting again the commencement of the voting. But I think that the United States proposal was not formulated as you are putting now. What we should vote is whether we don't take action on CRP6 or not. It's not, are we going to vote on CRP6? No, the U.S. proposed not to take action on CRP6. That is what we should be voting on. Thank you.
Exactly, that's what we are voting. Exactly, that is what we are voting.
Just hang on a second.
Let's have them talk. Okay. I'm asking the Secretariat again to clarify this point, please.
When the United States made its first intervention, then indeed the comment was phrased in the way that the ambassador of Brazil has explained it. However, in the intervention following the break and returning, the intervention, as we had understood in the Secretariat of the United States, was requesting a vote on procedural terms as to whether this Assembly wishes to vote on the substance of the resolution. However, in view of Brazil's request, it is the President's privilege to ask the United States to clarify this, since this was made as a point of order. Should the United States confirm that it was its request through the President to the Assembly to take a procedural vote, we must continue with the vote. So, President, my advice to you would be to seek the United States confirmation of the understanding that you had received a request to proceed on a procedural vote as to whether to go on to vote on the substance of CRP 6.
United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is why I took the floor previously, to say that I had initially urged that we consider setting aside this CRP, just exactly as Brazil has described it. But we later then got into this procedural discussion here about that issue, and we've had it confirmed now that the G77 is not prepared to withdraw this CRP 6, as is their right. So at that point, Mr. President, I said, okay, well then what we'd like to propose is that we have a vote on the question of whether or not we should take a decision on CRP 6. And so I am asking as a procedural matter for a vote on whether to vote on the substance of CRP 6, because I believe that we should not vote on the substance of CRP 6. Thank you.
So based on the clarification of the United States, the point of order is not necessary, so we proceed with the vote. Please, the Secretariat.
Excellencies, please let me have your attention. If it is a point of order, Syrian Arab Republic has raised its flag. President, I defer to you.
Syria.
And within the point of order, the request of the United States of America was preceded by a request for a vote. Which one you are going to take action on? And then it has been followed by third request from Argentina for a vote. Please do clarify it to us.
Excellency, how else can we put it than to have explained repeatedly that at this point in time the Assembly through the President, as a member state through the President, has formally requested that a vote be taken in procedural terms on whether this Assembly wishes to vote in substantive terms on the CRP 6. So at this stage, I must ask you to respect the procedure. There is no ambiguity whatsoever. A procedural vote is in motion, and you are requested to express yourself on a simple question. Do you wish to proceed to a substantive vote on CRP 6. And the President in a moment will ask you if you are in agreement that you wish to proceed to a substantive vote on CRP 6, that you raise your flags. In parentheses, to make it very simple, if you wish to have a vote on G77 plus China's CRP 6 submission, in a moment you will raise your pink card. If you do not wish to proceed to a substantive vote on CRP 6, you will not raise your hands. Then the President will ask you which countries do not wish to proceed to a vote. Those are the no votes. And then the President will ask you, are there any countries that are abstaining? Are we clear?
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. So we proceed with the vote. Those in favor that this Assembly proceed on the vote of CPR 6 on the substance. Those in favor that this resolution be known in the Assembly to be voted on the substance, raise the pink card. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Those who are opposed to proceeding to a vote CPR 6, raise your cards, please. Thank you. Those who abstain to proceeding to a vote to CPR 6, raise your cards. Thank you. The result says 36 in favor, 4 against, and 35 abstain. Please, the Secretariat, refer to this.
Mr. President, through you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, under Rule 32 of a quorum for a vote, the presence of a majority of the members of the United Nations Environment Assembly shall be required for any decision to be taken. In the instance of the United Nations Environment Assembly, that number is 193, which translates into a quorum of 97. In this instance, for this vote, the quorum is not achieved. Therefore, this vote to proceed cannot be deemed to have been valid under the rules of this Assembly, Rule 32, in which case this Assembly cannot proceed to a vote on CRP 6. They allowed to take it?
No, you would have to. No, State of Palestine.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس على هذا الظلم اللي بتتبعوه في هذه المؤسسة اللي المفروض تكون مؤسسة لكل الأمم. لكن واضح جدا إنه الشعوب اللي تحت الاحتلال والشعوب الغلبانة والشعوب العالم الثالث ما لهاش عندكم أصول للحياة، وفعلا هذا كمان ظلم وتلاعب بالقوانين. ومن ساعة وأنا رافع بدي أتكلم وأنت مانعني من هذا الكلام، لأنه حتى تستمر في هذه عملية التلاعب وهذه اللعبة التي تقومون فيها، أنا أعتقد أن العالم المتحضر الذي تدعونه والذي تدعون أنه يرفع الديمقراطية ويرفع حقوق الإنسان، أنتم بعيدين كل البعد عنه، لأن القانون واضح جدا يتطلب ماجوريتي، وهذا يعني الأغلبية البسيطة، يعني مطلوب 70 أقل من 70 واحد، وهو الموجود أكثر من 70. أنا أعتقد أن هذا كلها تجاوزات للقانون من البداية، وعمليات التصويت العكسية التي قمت فيها يا سيد شتاينر هذا واضح جدا من أجل عدم الوصول إلى قرار واضح. ولعلمك أن هذا من البداية، أن فلسطين عملت للوصول إلى التوافق، لكن دولة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي رفضت التوافق، وعمل الأوروبيين والجيس 77 وزائد الصين عملوا من الدقيقة الأولى للتوافق حتى نحمي شعب يموت في كل دقيقة. أنت مسؤول، كل واحد في غزة يموت هو في رقبتك أنت يا سيد شتاينر، لأن هذا الشعب عندما يحاصر لمدة 8 سنوات ويحرم من كل شيء ويقصف وأنت تتفرج، وقرارات موجودة عندك منذ 10 سنوات، وقرارات في مصانع موجودة في الاحتلال، مصانع كيماوية، وأنت لم تتحرك ساكنا لأنك تتواطأ مع الاحتلال. وهذا فعلا يعطينا الصفة لهذه المؤسسة. أنا أتمنى من كل الدول التي تحب الحرية، التي تحب الاستقلال، التي تدافع عن الشعوب المحروبة أن تنسحب من هذه المؤسسات، لأنها هي مؤسسات صهيونية.
Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to beg for your indulgence and request kindly to the Executive Director to repeat for, at least for my delegation and also for the benefit of others, what are the numbers that are being taken into consideration and based on what rule of the rules of procedure of UNEP. Thank you.
The result of the vote was 36 in favor, 4 against, and 35 abstentions. And the rule is rule 32? Yeah, 32 about the quorum of the Assembly. Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We waited until 1 in the morning to tackle this agenda item. Most of my fellow Africans are not here. Many of our members in the group of 77 in China are not here. I fail to understand why we did not tackle this agenda item when it was supposed to be tackled. I fail to understand why you kept this until the end. When a great many of our distinguished colleagues had decided to leave the forum we are in, I think in the future we shall be tackling our items in due course and in the appropriate moment. Let this be a lesson that in the future we shall not tolerate such, what can I say, lack of insight, or is this something else? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Syrian?
I want to say very briefly, Mr. President, actually I want to repeat that we are in a sad day where we where our trust in the Secretariat of UNEP has been eliminated completely, with all respect. It was a blatant manipulation of time and procedures. It was playing on consumption of time in a deliberate manner until most delegates left this room. And most of them, they have flight bookings from 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. We know the game. We know how the game is being played. And I will repeat, we lost your legitimacy as Secretariat has been completely eliminated. We don't trust you anymore.
Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think the interpretation we have heard is not correct. 1/3 of the members of the Environment Assembly are present. 1/3 is roughly, if there are 193 members, what does it come to? And then you go to Rule 49, you need the members who are present and voting. So how have you come up, how has the Secretariat come up with this interpretation? I would really like to be educated on this. And I mean, 1/3 of the members of the, so how many members do you have and what does 1/3 come to? And then present and voting. Because if you require like a 2/3 or 97 as we are being told, then frankly nothing can be decided. I think it's a wrong interpretation. Sorry.
Thank you. I give the floor to the Secretariat.
Distinguished delegates, I wish to invite you to resume your seats. The Assembly is called to order. Thank you very much, distinguished delegates. After having consulted extensively by the Secretariat with the advice of the President and having heard the opinions that have been expressed, including by the distinguished delegation of Pakistan, on the issue of quorum as stated out in Rule 32, it is our consideration that the majority of members of the United Nations Environment Assembly were indeed present at the beginning of this session, and this Secretariat wishes to clarify and apologize to all Member States for the interpretation that was made on the issue of the call for a no-action vote and on the opinion that was expressed explicitly that there was not sufficient quorum to proceed. We therefore like to clarify that as the tally is established in 36 countries that have expressed their wish to proceed to a vote on the resolution CRP6, 4 Member States against this procedure, and 35 abstentions do constitute sufficient grounds, and I repeat, do constitute sufficient grounds for the Assembly to now proceed to consider on the substance CRP6. As Secretary of Governing Bodies of the Assembly, I wish to apologize Thank you, Mr. President. So that it is stated on the record, I express a sincere apology on behalf of the Secretariat for that interpretation. The opinion that follows and request that is put forward to the President of the Environment Assembly is to put forward now for consideration of the members of the Assembly as per a procedure of vote of raise of hands, the consideration of the substance on the substance of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Egypt.
No, United.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we probably have a problem with the UNEP's legal department, and I cannot say that I accept the apology. It is not accepted. That is one. Two, I was going to make a motion to ask for the retrieval of all the acceptance we had gone through for the decisions, the UNEP decisions during this UNEA. But of course, since we are going to move towards a vote, I don't think that is necessary. But I believe that you further need to develop your legal department, and we will not tolerate such incompetence in the future.
United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. And very unfortunately, I must absolutely disagree with this interpretation that has just now been issued by the Secretariat. I think the language of Rule 32 is quite clear. It says the presence of a majority of the members of the United Nations Environment Assembly shall be required for any decision to be taken. It was quite clear from the vote that there were 36 in favor, 4 against, and 35 abstain. This is 75. We needed 97. We did not have it. Therefore, there is no quorum. Therefore, we cannot proceed. I would move now, Mr. Chairman, to close these proceedings because we have an absence of a quorum. I think we need to end this discussion immediately. Thank you.
Syrian.
First of all, I would say I apologize to the Secretariat for my negative remarks. Secondly, I see that the distinguished representative of the United States is trying to impose his own view on the whole UNEP membership. If he will address us in this manner, then there is no need for the meeting. We can go home. Or he can take us the podium and he address us from there. This language is undiplomatic and it has no justification. Thank you.
I apologize for this and give us a couple of minutes to keep on consulting.
Edgar, what are you?
Please remain in the room. I'm calling for a quick bureau meeting, so bureau members, please come to my office. We have to make a decision here in order to continue. I'm sorry and I apologize for this. So bureau members. Thank you very much. Once again, I apologize for the inconvenience. Oops, I have some countries here want to speak. Before giving the floor, I'm going to pass the microphone to the Secretariat so that it can explain what we are going to do in the next period.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is the understanding of this Secretariat, as was communicated by the recently concluded meeting of the members of the Bureau, that before the President of the Assembly can move forward, it is imperative that we establish whether there is a quorum to take a decision. So, with your indulgence, we will proceed with a roll call to definitely establish if at this moment the Assembly can effectively consider the proposals that have been put forward. Is that the understanding, Mr. President? So, with the indulgence of the delegations present, I will proceed to read Yes. In order to establish absolute quorum as per the report of the Credentials Committee, we require that at least 76 of the delegations that I will read are present in this room. So with your indulgence, Mr. President, I will proceed. Afghanistan. Is the delegation of Afghanistan can raise the flag? Not present. Albania. Can the delegation of Albania raise the flag?
United States.
Mr. President, we were just informed that we need 76 for a quorum. But we were also informed previously that 97, which is half of the members of UNEP, is the number needed for a quorum. We do not understand where the Secretariat came up with this number, and we disagree that that is the correct number. Under the rules of procedure, we're not trying to reinvent this, Chairman, we're trying to follow the rules.
May I? Please. Distinguished representative of the United States, in order to, as per Rule 32, to declare a meeting open, it was the understanding that we had in the meeting of the Bureau that at least 1/3 of the members of the Assembly are present. So, from that perspective, it is understood your point as valid to open the meeting. So we have to go by the membership of the Assembly being 193. All we are trying to establish at this moment, as per the records of the credentials, is if whether there are sufficient members to take a decision, because we are looking in establishing if we have the necessary members that have presented credentials to take a decision by vote. With that understanding, can I proceed to the roll call?
United States.
Thank you, Chairman, and I very much appreciate that. That clears it up for me, but I think the number is then incorrect. I think the number is not as high as the Secretary announced. I think he said 76. I think the number is a bit lower than that. Could he divide by 3 the number 193 and tell us what the 1/3 is, please?
Please, Secretary, proceed.
So, with your indulgence, distinguished delegation of the United States, I beg your indulgence to proceed to at least testify how many members having valid credentials are present at this moment. May I proceed?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Algeria. Delegation of Algeria. No? No? You help me. Angola. Argentina.
Present.
Yes, there is.
Australia.
Present.
Yes.
Austria.
Yes.
Austria. Present.
No.
Azerbaijan. No?
No.
Bahrain.
Yes. Present.
Bangladesh.
No.
Barbados.
Nope.
Belarus.
Nope.
Belgium.
Present.
Benin.
Present.
Bhutan.
Nope.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Nope.
Botswana.
Present.
Brazil.
Present.
Burundi.
Nope.
Burkina Faso.
Present.
Cambodia. No. Cameroon.
Nope.
Canada.
Present.
Chad.
Nope.
Chile.
Thank you.
China.
Present.
Colombia.
Present.
Comoros. Costa Rica.
Present.
Côte d'Ivoire.
Nope.
Cyprus. Cuba.
Present.
Czech Republic.
Present. Thank you.
Denmark.
Present.
Djibouti.
Present.
Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Nope.
Democratic Republic of Congo.
Present.
Dominican Republic.
Present.
Ecuador.
Present.
Egypt.
Presente.
El Salvador.
Presente.
Eritrea. Estonia.
Nope.
Ethiopia.
Nope.
Fiji.
Nope.
Finland.
Present.
France.
Present.
Gabon.
No.
Georgia.
Nope.
Germany.
Present.
Ghana.
Present.
Greece.
Present.
Grenada.
Nope.
Guatemala.
Present.
Guinea.
Where's
Guinea.
No, no, Guinea. No.
Guinea. Guinea-Bissau.
Nope.
Haiti. Hungary. Hungary.
Nope.
No. India.
Present.
Ambassador. Indonesia.
Present.
Iran.
Present.
Iraq.
Present.
Ireland.
Nope.
Ireland.
Nope.
Israel.
Present.
Italy.
Present.
Jamaica.
Nope.
Japan.
Present.
Jordan.
Nope.
Kenya.
Kenya. Present.
Kiribati.
Where's Kiribati?
Kyrgyzstan. Kuwait. Latvia. Latvia.
Nope.
Nope. Lebanon.
Present.
Liberia.
No.
Libya.
Nope.
Luxembourg.
Nope.
Madagascar.
Nope.
Malaysia.
Present.
Ambassador. Malawi.
Nope.
Maldives.
Present.
Mali.
Nope.
Malta.
Nope.
Mauritius.
Nope.
No. Marshall Islands. No. Mexico.
Mexico. Present.
Morocco.
Present.
Monaco. No.
No.
Mongolia.
Present.
Montenegro.
Present.
Mozambique. No.
This guy needs
Mozambique.
No.
Myanmar. Namibia.
Nope.
Nepal.
Nope.
Norway.
Present.
Nicaragua.
Nope.
No. Niger.
Nope. Yes. Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Niger.
It's present. It's present.
Nigeria. Present.
Present.
Netherlands. Present.
Present.
New Zealand. Present. Oman. Pakistan. Oman. Oman. Pakistan.
Present. Pakistan. Present.
Present. Present. Panama.
Nope.
Paraguay.
Present.
Perú.
Present.
Paraguay estaba, ¿verdad?
Sí, Paraguay.
Paraguay. Perú. Philippines.
Present.
Poland.
Present.
Portugal.
Present.
Qatar.
Present.
Republic of Korea. Republic of Korea. No.
No.
Moldova. Romania.
Present.
Rwanda. Russian Federation.
Present.
St. Lucia.
No.
Samoa. Saudi Arabia.
Present.
Somalia. Somalia.
Somalia, yes.
South Sudan.
Yes, that is. Yes.
Syrian Arab Republic. Sweden. Sweden. Seychelles. Senegal.
Present.
Serbia.
No.
Sierra Leone. Singapore.
Present.
Slovakia.
Present.
Spain.
Present.
Sri Lanka.
No.
Sudan.
Present. Thank you.
Swaziland.
No.
Switzerland.
Present.
South Africa.
Present.
Tajikistan.
No.
Thailand.
No.
Togo.
No.
Tonga. Tunisia. Tunisia. No. Turkey. Turkmenistan.
Turkey, yes. Present.
Turkey.
Yeah, Turkey.
Turkmenistan. Ukraine.
Present.
Uganda.
Present.
United Arab Emirates. UAE.
No.
United Kingdom.
Present.
Tanzania.
No.
Tanzania? No. Is Tanzania present?
No.
United States. Uruguay.
No.
Venezuela.
Yes.
Zambia. Zimbabwe.
Yes.
I kindly beg your indulgence to proceed to count
when you ask quorum, then
Please, the Secretariat, give us the result of the tally.
Thank you, Mr. President. So according to the tally that I have conducted, I have 78 members of the Assembly that have the right to take decisions, but the membership of the Assembly, as per our rules of procedure, is 193. So, Mr. President, yes, and 193 of which, according to our rules of procedure, after having consulted extensively, have to be at least half of the members of the Assembly plus one. And one-third to open a debate, so this session is legal. These discussions are legal. The dialogue that we're having, it's absolutely within our rules of procedure, but also our rules of procedure, after doing this extensive counting, do not allow to proceed to a vote on a decision.
According to that, then the decision,
So,
the vote.
according to that, and given this interpretation, which it's the literal interpretation of our rules of procedure, we can not proceed to take a vote tonight, neither on the motion presented by the United States of America, which was conducted previously by raise of hands, nor by the motion presented by the State of Israel, which was not conducted. So, Mr. President, we are in your hands on how to move forward. No.
Well, with this, and because there is no quorum then to take decisions, I will propose to adjourn the meeting and reconvene tomorrow at 11. We must reconvene to close the conference. Who is this? Egypt?
Yes. Very rapidly, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, we have a problem with the decision, the UNEA, the first UNEA decision on the convening of UNEA 2, and this is how it reads. Decides to hold the second session of the United Nations Environmental Assembly of the United Nations Environmental Programme at its headquarters in Nairobi from the 23rd to the 27th of May 2016. I think it's the 28th. So your time is up.
Any other comments? I see Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. President.
If we forget about the last couple of hours, it is undeniable that your leadership was giving us a direction that would have led to an extraordinary UNEA. Up to now, 25 resolutions and decisions have been approved, significantly more than what was approved during UNEA 1, and covering fundamental These 25 resolutions cover fundamental topics for the environment and for our planet. Mr. President, you have been an extraordinary leader guiding us over the last week. The poor advice on legal and procedural matters provided by the Secretariat will not tarnish your impeccable performance as the President of UNEA. This is just the beginning of your mandate, and with the support of Colombia and the rest of Latin America and the Caribbean, you will have the unique opportunity to turn UNEA around, turn it into the integrating and transformative forum that you dream of. President, you have all our support.
Thank you very much, Colombia. I appreciate it. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. President, and may I speak on behalf of the GRULAC as a whole. We also deeply regret the erroneous advice that was offered to the GRULAC presidency, and we want to also underline your very, very intense efforts to reach a consensus in all affairs. And we really saw all your efforts to get to a successful outcome of the second UNEA. We really regret that your efforts might have been affected for the mismanagement and at some points the lack of knowledge on certain legal and technical aspects of the Secretariat. We really are amazed that this can happen in a universal forum like UNEA and a democratic forum which UNEA intends to be. You have all the GRULAC's support, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Argentina. Pakistan.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Again, I still have my doubts because it does say present and voting. But anyway, this argument can continue. But meanwhile, I would like to then point out, since we are being very pedantic and very legalistic, all the resolutions that we have passed are technically null and void because no head count was taken. We don't know whether the quorum was there, whether 97 people were there or 102 or whatever. So I would submit to you that all the resolutions we have passed have no legal basis. And since we are being very legal, certain points, and that would begin by ascertaining the credentials of the very first delegate who started it all. We would like to have proof that the gentleman is actually an accredited Israeli representative who started this whole thing. Since we are being very legal, I want to see proof, please. And regarding, again, I would reiterate that there was no head count, no quorum was determined when this meeting started. We have been literally dragged into the wee hours of the morning, and technically what we are doing now is without any legal cover because we are already in the 28th of May. Thank you.
Egypt.
I'm afraid I will have to wholeheartedly agree with my Pakistani colleague. He has said it in perfect syntax. I couldn't have said it better, Mr. Chair. However, I will again join my Latin colleagues in saying that you have done a very fine job. However, we believe that the decisions are null and void. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Syrian?
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me join our colleagues from Latin America and otherwise who expressed their appreciation to the constructive role and able leadership which you demonstrated through your presidency. On behalf of the Syrian Arab Republic, we really appreciate what you did. We appreciate your patience. We appreciate your absorption and your ability to digest all the contradictory and different views. You have our full support too, as Syria, as far as Syria is concerned. You have our full support and our full appreciation, admiration, and salutation. This is number one. Number two, I do subscribe to what have already been said by the distinguished ambassador of Pakistan and the distinguished delegate of Egypt, that what applies to the L17 resolution is definitely should go and apply to the other resolutions, because there was no verification mechanism to tell us if the quorum was guaranteed or not. We cannot say that the quorum was available for the 29 resolutions and it was not available for the last resolution. So I do think that legally wise, the whole package of resolutions is at a very real stake, and we need a competent legal UN expert to guide us on the real answer. Thank you.
Thank you. European Union?
Yes, thank you very much. We are really deeply sorry for the latest developments that have taken place in the last couple of hours. And I think that tomorrow, when we look at ourselves, we will feel really sorry for what has happened. What we would like is to express our appreciation to the President of UNEA and our full support. We also want to pay tribute to the work that has been carried out by all the delegations on the 25 resolutions. It has been an extraordinary work from all. And on this, those resolutions have been voted. Nobody questions the quorum for those resolutions. We remain deeply committed to and confident in this organization, in this flagship organization in Africa. Achim Steiner has provided leadership, ambition, and vision for this organization for the last 10 years, and we also want to pay tribute to him, to everything he has done, and we thank the staff of UNEP and also of the conference service in Nairobi. We have not made as much business as we would have liked, but we remain deeply committed to UNEA and to UNEP. Thank you.
Thank you. China?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to ponder whether I should speak English or Chinese. It's quite late. I know it's quite a tough time for all of us. Always, as a long-standing negotiator, actually, for such kind of extreme situations, quite rare and also extraordinary. And first, I'd like to give the encouragement to all of us. And I believe this kind of extraordinary situation, we will be able to rise up and also to come up with better solutions and also to help us to have a better understanding of each other and also optimal result from this kind of situation. And also, Mr. President, my delegation would like to express our support to you, to your leadership, and also our appreciation for your hard efforts. Thank you, Mr. President, and also I believe this is a late time. I'm not sure whether I should take another floor. I'd like to thank all the delegations and all the staff, and thank you for your hard job and for your cooperation and your efforts for bringing all the result and the fruit we have achieved so far, even though we have encountered some difficult time. I thank all of you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, China. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, my colleague. Mr. President, we would like to join others to thanking you for the leadership you show and for trying your best to guide us in this meeting, and we recognize the circumstances that it is around you, and we can recognize that situation, and all of us, we are behind you, and we supporting you totally for the coming this coming year. Mr. President, I share my colleague, the previous speaker, especially from a colleague from Pakistan and Egypt. We have a situation we need to be evaluated legally when we're talking about the Quorum and the previous resolutions. I think it need a legal advice. Is it can be acceptable? Because I see the issue of the Quorum, it is very important to evaluate the previous resolution we adopted. Second point also, regarding your point, you're requesting for tomorrow morning. While now there is difficulties for the Quorum, what about your proposal tomorrow at 11 o'clock? I think it will be maybe worst scenario. The third point, would like your consideration regarding the mandate we have to work until 27 while we are on 28th of May. This is, I think, it need a good evaluation. I end my intervention to thank you again and to thank everybody for constructive work in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ukraine?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to align the statement of my delegation to the statement just made by the European Union in thanking you in your efforts and in your support, which resulted in adoption of so many 25, if I'm not mistaken, resolutions which were adopted in a legal way and remain valid. They were hammered, and the quorum was not questioned at the time when they were adopted. And I really believe that if a lot of delegations left the room at this very late hour or very early hour, it is not applicable for the situation earlier. Nobody questioned the forum, as I mentioned. And if we will start this non-legal logic, so we can question opening of UNEP, we can question many things which happened earlier. So we should go in line what we adopted. We adopted a lot of good decisions, and we adopted them by consensus. That's why I really appreciate your work and work of Bureau, of those who supported your activities. And I would like also to say great gratitude to those experts from the Secretariat who were with us in all drafting groups during this time and helped us a lot. So thank you very much for your work, and thank you very much for supporting and enabling adoption of 25 resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. Appreciate it. Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We join others in welcoming the very important progress that has been achieved with the adoption of 25 resolutions and in expressing thanks to delegations for that progress. We reaffirm our support for and our thanks to you, Mr. President, to the Executive Director, and to the Secretariat. And we join others in celebrating Achim Steiner's decade of extraordinary service to UNEP and to the international community, and in expressing thanks to the outgoing Executive Director for that extraordinary service and record of contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nigeria and the whole world looked forward enthusiastically and hopefully towards the near too, in the belief that this process will deliver to the world a better place to live. And we still believe that. And we believe that this enthusiasm and this hope led us to agree to all the resolutions that have been accepted up till this time. We believe that this should not be wasted because of one disagreement on it. We like to also state that these earlier resolutions were passed by acclamation and did not need any counting. The issue of quorum arose as a result of voting. And that's why it came in later. So the fact that that quorum could not be found at the time of voting does not nullify what has been achieved from earlier on. My delegation wishes to express appreciation to you for your leadership and the members of and the hard work of the members of the Secretariat, who have done so well up till this time and are still doing very well, but who we believe were stampeded into accepting a fault that was not theirs. We reaffirm our trust in the ability to continue to guide us properly, and we believe that this UNEP too should deliver what we have hoped for, and that we should receive when we leave here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nigeria. Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committed myself and the rest of the Arab and the colleagues from the G77 to do our best to avoid this sad state of affairs, being aware that we should have been celebrating rather than being in this situation. But I think not everything is lost. We still believe in your ability to continue the efforts to bring UNEP to where it should have been. And we renew also our commitment to continue working with UNEP. And we wish good luck for Dr. Achim Steiner in his future career, and let us overcome this by not letting consensus out of this organization. Thank you.
United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all agree that the last few hours were quite interesting and challenging, frustrating at times, but I think we can also agree that this has been an extremely productive week under your leadership. And so we thank you for that. We very much look forward to working with you in the coming year as we move toward UNEA 3, and we hope for an even more productive UNEA 3 to come. We also, at this time, would want to say a very special thanks to Executive Director Steiner for his extraordinary leadership of this organization over the last decade. I think we all know in this room that he has really taken this organization, transformed it, lifted it to where it is today. And I think the fact that we're all here in the wee hours of the night on a Saturday morning is testament to how much we all believe in what he has done in these last 10 years. So thank you very much, and we wish you well. We'll be seeing you in the months to come, but many, I think, will be leaving this evening, but we wish you well and success in your next endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan.
Okay. Thank you. On behalf of the Japanese delegation, we want to express our sincere appreciation for you, President, for you are conducting this important event of UNEA 2. And also, we appreciate very much the huge efforts of Madam Chair, and Haim, and the chairs of each drafting group, and all the participants gathered here to get the resolutions adopted. It was a big challenge. But I dare say that those resolutions adopted until now will strengthen the UNEP as a leading global environmental authority and deliver on the environment dimension of 2030 agenda. Days and nights hard work, but surrounded by highly motivated camarades from all over the world, and excellent nature here in unforgettable. Really, we are very proud of our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Thank you very much. Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
Just move. Mr. President, Executive Director, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your work over the past several days. We have indeed been led by a very able President. I also commend the Committee of Permanent Representatives for their important contributions since the open-ended Committee of Permanent Representatives was held in February 2015 that has provided a basis for our deliberations during this Assembly. My tribute goes out to my colleague, Sanjasuren Uyun, for her decisive leadership under her presidency, and most important, for her valuable contribution in facilitating consensus on the stakeholders' engagement. I also thank the members of the Bureau who served during her tenure. My special thanks goes out to our outgoing Executive Director, Mr. Steiner, for his extraordinary tenure at UNEP. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all those who have worked behind the scenes. We may not see them, but nevertheless, their work is critical to our success. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, needless to state, there is no doubt that in recent times, UNEA too is one of the best attended assemblies. The presence of a cross-section of high-level officials and ministers, delegates, major groups and stakeholders, scientists and the private sector is a testament to the convening power of UNEA. I would like to reaffirm the Government of Kenya's full commitment and support to UNEP. We will continue to ensure that the program is provided an enabling environment to discharge its mandate efficiently and effectively. We appreciate the pledges of financial support by Norway and the European Union for UNEA 3 in 2017. Kenya, as always, is ready to host that session, and we look forward to welcoming you. I wish you all a safe trip back home, and to those participating in the excursions today, enjoy our national treasures. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Kenya. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also want to align my comments to the comments made by Nigeria and Kenya. We also welcome the work that has been done by the President of this session and the outcome. We welcome the resolutions adopted by this session, and we consider them extremely essential and important for the development of Africa and even other regions as well. We would also want to take this opportunity to thank all delegations for the hard work that is gone throughout this week. We want to also take this opportunity again to thank the work done by the ED in moving this organization to its heights, to where it is, and we wish him well in his next appointments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. South Africa would like to echo the words of Kenya, Nigeria, and Zimbabwe that spoke before us. We would like to reiterate that a lot of important work has been done over the last 2 years, and it is reflected in the success of 25 resolutions that are exceptionally important to the African continent. And we would like to thank all the other delegates at this meeting that worked tirelessly together to make this a possibility. At the start of this meeting, there were doubts whether we can achieve this. But I think in the spirit of flexibility and cooperation, we managed to achieve this. Mr. President, South Africa would also like to thank the outgoing Executive Director. In our part of the world, we consider him to be a member of our family, a son of the African soil. We wish him all the best in his future endeavors, and we believe that this meeting has been a success to take the work that has been done over the last 10 years under his leadership forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Cuba.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, Cuba would like to support the intervention by GRULAC earlier on the issue at stake. For the sake of transparency, we would like to express our dissatisfaction with the ruling by the Secretariat on the interpretation of Rule 49, which states very clearly that decisions of the United Nations Environment Assembly shall be made by a majority of the members present and voting. With the presence of 78 members of UNEA, we believe the decision on the on resolution on the Gaza Strip could have been made even at 2:30 p.m. a.m. At 2 a.m. in the morning. We believe it is unfair that this ruling has been applied only to the resolution on the Gaza Strip, and we would like to have it recorded in the report of the meeting that transparency has been compromised in this ruling by the Secretariat. We would like to express our support and our trust to you as a President and wish you well. And unfortunately, the advice in this case has been misleading. But we believe that the timing and the period of your presidency will not be damaged by this event. But I would like to join all those delegates that have expressed the need for strengthening UNEA and to be able to capitalize on the good decisions and resolutions that we were able to reach in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Cuba. Pakistan.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Actually, I have taken the floor basically to kind of rectify an earlier error, because in the legal back and forth, I neglected to pay due tribute to Mr. Steiner, who has, after all, served the organization in a very exemplary manner. So I would certainly like to place that on record, sir. And we wish you the very best. As I said earlier also, Oxford's gain is our loss. And then, Mr. President, you have been a truly dynamic and very democratic leader, I must say. And you have kept us on our toes. Had it not been for you, we would have long been asleep. So thank you very much for that. Now, regarding the issue at hand, obviously our intention is not to do any harm to the organization. At the end of the day, UNEP as an organization and UNEA as a mechanism is very dear to our hearts, and it has done a lot for humanity and continues to do so. So the idea is not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but there are obviously things that could have been done in a different way. Now, rather than getting into this back and forth on what can be done or not, or whether the quorum is there or not, I think what I would very respectfully submit is that rather than going for a meeting tomorrow, you may wish to close now, obviously on the understanding that you are obviously at liberty to produce the chair's summary, which obviously we would need as like the outcome of the process. And in that, sir, I would again very respectfully propose that the Gaza issue should find mention in that. Because while it may have been technically, let's say, defeated or sidelined or whatever, but the humanitarian dimension is still very much relevant. So at the end of the day, it's not a sport. It's not a some scoring match. As we speak, Gaza does have, and then obviously we also realize that no mission can go there without the consent of the parties concerned. So it's not like we were proposing that the UNEP should invade the territories or something. So, sir, very respectfully, I would urge you to keep this on the radar, and then we should not say that since enough people were not present, so somehow everything is very hunky-dory in Gaza, and the environment has become pristine. So this is just a suggestion, sir. And regarding tomorrow, again, I would just like to flag the point that most delegations would have left. Every member is not represented in Nairobi. We are in your hands. I mean, I am based locally, so whatever time you summon us, we'll be there. But I think it may be a more difficult situation tomorrow. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you indeed. Egypt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did, in a moment of passion, omit to thank Mr. Akim Steiner, who has definitely been a very important player in both Africa and internationally vis-à-vis the environment. We have found him to be creative and understanding and very cooperative. We thank him profusely for his efforts and for his cooperation both with the continent and with our country. However, Mr. Chair, we do, on another note, we do believe that the minutes of this meeting will prove to be rather important for us. And with our permanent representative and the rest of our delegation here in Nairobi, we will be following very closely with the Secretariat what the content of these minutes will be. And we hope that they reflect properly, precisely what happened in this meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. South Sudan.
Mr. President, South Sudan would like to commend your steering of this 1 week that has resulted to the adoption of 25 resolutions. Regardless of the 2 hours that we had some issues interpreting the legal or the quorum, I think we should not put the 25 resolutions to naught. South Sudan also wants to commend the excellent stewardship of UNEP by Akim Steiner. South Sudan benefited from UNEP through the post-conflict environmental assessment of that country, and also developing its policies, regulations, and developing projects in that country, in our country. We would like to assure Steiner that what has happened here will not be a black mark in his legacy. And we hope and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you. Norway.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last week has shown us how much we can achieve together. The 25 resolutions is a testimony to that. It has shown us that we need a strong UNEP and we need an effective UNEA. I'm, like most people here, quite disappointed with what happened during the last few hours. But that should not overshadow what we have achieved during the rest of the week. I would like to take this opportunity to suggest or to support the suggestion by my Pakistani colleague on the way forward. I think we should try to finish this in a way that we kind of can look more positive towards the next days and weeks. And then I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for the leadership so far. And I would particularly like to thank the Executive Director, Akim Steiner, for the extraordinary job he has done during his term here as UNEP. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland.
Mr. President, as many others, we would like to thank you for your efforts and able leadership for this UNEA. In good and more difficult moments, you were a true captain for this ship. We know what we have achieved by negotiating an amazing amount of 25 resolutions this week. Switzerland remains committed to UNEA and UNEP as an anchor for the international environmental governance, and we will go on working for it. We also would like to thank Executive Director Steiner for his tremendous work over the last years and wish you all the best for your new endeavors. Last but not least, we would like to thank all delegation and all the members of the delegations. We have seen this week, by discussing, listening to each other, we can bridge differences, we can resolve conflicts, and we are confident that this trust and cooperation will also help to strengthen further UNEA and UNEP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Mexico and Morocco, and close the list. Mexico.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to add myself the name of Mexico behind all those delegations that have expressed their thanks and recognition for the great job you have done. You have conducted with leadership, and certainly we have achieved a lot. We achieved the adoption of 25 resolutions. It was important. We have gone through a very, very intense process of negotiation, and I think we have a good result. Certainly, things didn't come out as we would have liked, you know. We had an experience, an unexpected experience, but the results have been very satisfactory. I offer the support of my delegation of Mexico, you know, to work with you in these years that you will have in your presidency. And well, I also want to express our appreciation, you know, to Dr. Steiner, the Director of Executive, Akim Steiner, for his performance, dedication, and hard work as Executive Director of UNEP. We believe that the actions taken under his leadership have strengthened, undoubtedly, environmental governance at the international level and achieving the establishment of the United Nations Environment Assembly with a universal membership. Without doubt, these are victories for multilateralism and also milestones for the environment, where UNEP has contributed with its experience and by making scientific cutting-edge information available to countries and many other things. I myself, after 25 years of being absent, you know, I'm witness of how far UNEP has gone. There's no doubt about that. These days, among our delegation, we exchange views, you know, about UNEP, and of course about Mr. Steiner, and we all, by consensus, agreed that Mr. Steiner has done a great job. So we wish you the best in your next endeavors. Thank you.
Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morocco, in the name of the Arab League, would like to add its voice to that of the distinguished delegates who want and stress the need for us to continue ahead. I recall here a saying by the Greek philosopher who said, "Wonders are many, but none is more wonderful than man." He tamed the wild horse, he tamed the wild sea, he tamed the wild mountain, and all of us gathering here, I don't doubt that any one of us would let the occasion of enriching and strengthening this beautiful assembly go spoiled. So I call on all of us to unite in this difficult moment to push UNEA forward. And I reiterate my thanks to you, Mr. Chair, for your ability in conducting our works. And may God bless you all.
Mr. Steiner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would simply like to say to you, thank you for an extraordinary week. The fact that we found ourselves at a very difficult moment this evening, as all of you have said, should not detract from the extraordinary work that you have accomplished over months through the CPR, through your ministries, the NGOs, the major groups. And I simply want to put on record that I regret the challenges we faced this evening. It was certainly not my desired scenario. But let me just say, we have not voted in this organization for a long time. And I think we learned this evening that rules of procedure can be read in this way, can be read in that way. It should not be the case, but this is not the first time that this happens, since we find ourselves in the world's courts every day disputing constitutions and what they mean. I can only say to you, we tried in good faith to assist you in the process. I would certainly not be ever reluctant to apologize if indeed our advice to you turns out to not have been accurate. For now, I just want to say that, my team has worked so hard this week. People are humans. If we made an error, we will apologize for it. And let me also say, for those of you who know me, you also know what my views are about countries preventing a United Nations organization from fulfilling its due mandate to assist people wherever they are on this planet. And I deeply believe in that. And I wish the outcome on this particular issue could have been a different one, but it does not change my view as to the principle of allowing an organization like UNEP to serve all people. Let me also just say at this point that, it is a difficult moment to say goodbye right now. I wish we could have had a more joyous evening, but your comments at the end, in a sense, make me feel very happy, because you're taking care of UNEA. And I think that's what, has to happen. And there will be difficult moments, and there will be moments like these when a lot of pain is felt by those who are looking for acknowledgement, and a lot of frustration is also experienced by those who feel that they would have wished to not have been in such a situation. We are a technical body, you are an environment assembly, but we never operate in a vacuum or outside the real world. And so sometimes painful realities also will intersect with the work of this assembly. But you have all shown, I think, this evening, extraordinary wisdom and patience, and I think this is why UNEA will thrive, and it will actually continue to grow under your guidance and leadership. And I would just like to thank you. I certainly do appreciate all the kind remarks. In fact, you have made me feel very humble and sometimes embarrassed this week, and I simply want to say thank you. I do not leave with pain, but I rather leave with a little bit of exhaustion and great pride in you, in my staff, and all those who have helped to build UNEP to where it is, and particularly to have this assembly hopefully help the world to move forward on where it can agree, and to never lose respect of one another where disagreements will prevail. Thank you so much.
Well, I guess there is an overwhelming support to proceed to the closure of the meeting. So I'm going to invite the rapporteur, Ambassador de Bitterlin, to present the draft report on the proceedings of the second session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. Please, Roxanne.
Thank you, Mr. President. What a dry function after such a speech. Let me first highlight that the report will, of course, have to be completed taking into account the remarks expressed in this room and in particular regarding the CRP draft resolutions and the discussions around it. So I think that the draft report has been submitted to you, and I won't read the 17 pages of you to you now because I think this would be really difficult. So shall we take it page by page? And please let me know if you have any suggestion of changes of amendment to it. So page 1 goes from paragraph 1 to 5. Is there any wish for comment or amendment? I see none. Page 2, from paragraph 6 to paragraph 10. Any suggestion, remark for comments? I see none. Page 3, from paragraphs 11 to 14. No remark. Page 4, paragraph 15 and 16. No amendments. Page 5, from paragraphs 17 to paragraph 23. Page 6, from paragraph 24 to 27. Page 7, from paragraph 28 to 32. Egypt.
Daniel,
Yes, Mr. Chair. I don't know if we can. I need one of my delegates here before I can agree to anything. So please allow me a moment's discretion.
I think I will try to go on for the sake of giving everybody a little bit of hours of sleep, but if you have something really important, I will allow you to come back on it later. So I was on page 7, paragraphs 28 to 32. Page 8, paragraph 33, to 38. Yeah, to 39 actually. Page 9, paragraph 40 to 47. Page 10, paragraph 48 to 53. Page 11, paragraph 54 till 57. Page 12, paragraph 58 to 63. Page 30, Bolivia.
Thank you, Mrs. Reporter.
In this section related with sustainable development and poverty eradication will be completed with we make an intervention of reserves in the decision, and we can't see.
Yes, I have confirmation by the Secretariat that this will be added to the report. Thank you. Any other remark on this page? I continue. Page 13, paragraph 64 to 68. Page 14, paragraph 69 till 73. Page 15, paragraph 74 to 79. Page 16, paragraph 80 to 86. And finally, page 17, paragraph 87 till 95. I see Egypt again.
Yes, Rapporteur, Madam Rapporteur, I think I'm going to have to express reservations on the whole document until my delegation has seen it and commented on it. Thank you, Rapporteur.
Your reservations have been noted, and you can communicate by writing if you have remarks on this report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Roxanne. I now submit the draft report of the second session of the United Nations Environment Assembly for considerations by the plenary. This plenary approves the report with the understanding that it will be finalized by the rapporteur with support from the Secretariat. Is there any objections? I see none, so it is adopted. We will now close the meeting, and I thank you all for your kind words, and I wish you have a safe trip back home, and keep the spirit and enthusiasm to raise UNEA to the political arena where we want to take it into the universal environmental agenda. Thank you very much, and good luck.